billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Oh, you there? Everything good? Your camera's on? You looking good?
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business.
Okay.
Do you support
so
Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
1 o'clock, he's got a store. And y'all had me up here with so much stuff going on, I forgot to get
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
We'll play the opening, man.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be hosting a fireside chat with Maurice Butler. Maurice Butler is the founder and CEO of DX Tech Solutions. After spending 2 decades working in the corporate telecommunications and information technology fields, he launched several technology-based companies, ultimately founding DX Tech Solutions in January of 2018, shifting direction from being a provider of technology solution to a technology management consultant. I present to you Maurice Butler.
Hello, Jamila.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you today?
I'm well, and yourself. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay, I am ready to get into some great knowledge. So I have my pen and paper ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Now, what are the most significant functional areas where many small business leaders are failing to keep pace with technology innovation?
Oh, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that, Jamila. There are several, but one of my favorite ones is business development, marketing, and sales. And the reason for that is the primary focus should be on making sure and ensuring that there are revenues flowing through your business. And you need to focus on that so that there's cash flow to be able to take care of other expenses and operating costs.
Why have you listed business development, marketing, and sales as the first functional area listed where small business leaders are failing to keep pace?
Well, again, thank you for the question. As I mentioned, the main focus of business is to generate revenue. And if you don't have sales, you pretty much don't have a business. And so you need to be very focused on generating, clients, finding clients, paying clients, and generating revenue so that you could actually demonstrate that you are a viable entity from a commerce perspective.
Mhm. Now, why do you believe small business owners or executives are so behind in adopting and using technology solutions?
Well, the technology pretty much has been uh, sort of commercialized in the sense that people are looking at trends more so than functionality. And uh, this whole topic, for example, of AI, one of the areas of concern for me is that people are focused on, and businesses are focused on AI, but they're not looking at the fundamental part of what AI represents, and that is in automating your processes, okay, so that you bring greater efficiencies to the workflows and the work that you do, as well as enhancing your productivity. And so, if you are not sensitive to understanding, and measuring your productivity and how you and your staff are performing, then it's very difficult to understand how to adopt technology to make those processes more efficient and effective.
Now, what would you say the biggest trend is today that everybody's following, but it has no functionality?
Well, the biggest trend is AI. Okay. Um, and Jamal, it's perfect timing because when I leave this room, I'm going to be writing a blog piece because I'm speaking to business owners and everyone's focused on AI, but they don't realize that first of all, it's consuming a lot of your productivity time. In other words, if you're not generating revenue every day, uh, then trying to learn a technology that's taking away from your productivity is disruptive. Okay, it's not beneficial and productive. And so, what you need to understand is how does technology globally make me more efficient and productive? Not just the one technology trend, which is AI, but what do I need in terms of helping me to be more efficient and effective and productive in the work that I do?
Now, can you break down AI a little bit more? Because when people hear AI, they just automatically think I'm going to work faster. But there's different forms of AI, correct?
That's correct. And people need to understand also that AI it's an artificial intelligence. First of all, is what it means, okay? And it's been around for a while, a couple decades. And the whole purpose of artificial intelligence is to try to it's basically computing, learning, and modeling the human intelligence to be able to help with different workflows and to sort of bring in place substitutes for the human being doing a particular task. And so it covers a very broad category of different areas within a functional operation. Okay? So you have AI for accounting, you have AI for HR, you have HR for operations and marketing and sales. And so the tool or the technology is very broadly used. But many people, when they speak about AI, they're speaking about simply research, how I actually prompt or ask a question of the AI, and then it gives me back some information. Well, that is not the only utilization or use case for AI. Okay, it's a very broad, depending on the use cases that you want to deploy AI. So you need to be very aware of, what that means. And then also, one of the things that we need to be very careful about is that AI is a converging technology. In other words, it integrates with other technologies that should be part of your tech stack. For example, if I'm in sales and marketing, I have a customer relationship management tool that I'm using. Well, does that tool have within its own platform an AI component? Or do I have to build an AI agent or bot or GPT to accompany that particular technology? And so these are all pieces that, we need to make sure that not only the leadership, but also the users of technology are aware of before they go out and start shopping for AI.
That is so true. A lot of times when people say AI, they just think general and they think everything is going to be fast and functional. But you got to know, what are you using it for? What is it? What is the specific tool that you need and how to use it?
That's correct.
Now, what do you recommend as a solution to help Black-owned small business owners catch up with the pace of technology as a critical business tool and resource?
Continual learning. Okay, so the first thing that every owner should do is take some time and invest in learning about technology first before they think about adopting technology. And then look at it and try to understand it from a learning perspective of how it impacts my business. Because again, as I mentioned, trying to adopt certain technologies may be disruptive to your business more than productive to your business.
Now, when you say continual learning, where do you recommend someone that's trying to start a business or who already has a business, where would you recommend them to go to learn about specific tools?
Okay, well, and again, thank you for that question. It's a very interesting one, a very controversial one. Because if I'm a startup, I'm really not looking at technology, period. I'm looking at, do I have a client that's paying me? And you don't necessarily need technology to do that. You need to pick up your cell phone, your smartphone, and call somebody to get a client that's going to pay you, and understanding the service that you're going to offer or the product that you're going to offer them. And once you really define your ideal client and what that they look like and where they are, then once you have some momentum in developing business, okay, and then you look at how technology can enhance my workflow in that particular area. But don't just jump out of the gate and start getting technology for the sake of getting technology.
First, find the client, huh?
You gotta have a client. Somebody has to pay for that technology.
True. Now, why is a technology management consultant important for owners or executives to engage?
Oh, well, first of all, again, owners need to understand how technology aligns with their business objectives.
Yeah.
If you are not crystal clear about that, then technology can be harmful for you and disruptive for you, and or you may miss an opportunity to incorporate technology into your business practices. And so the management consulting piece, first of all, tries to help the leader, the organizational leadership, understand what their business model is and what their business objectives are, so that we can then point them to the right technologies that align with them achieving their business goals and objectives.
So get you a specialist that know what's going on.
First.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, what is your company's main area of focus as a technology management consulting firm?
The main piece is trying to change behaviors at the leadership level. Many leaders are not as technology knowledgeable as they should be, and particularly understanding and how it maps to or aligns with, their business. And so they have relied on a lot of subordinates to make recommendations to them that may be costly investments because there's no ROI associated with that. And so, for example, if I invest in a particular technology and the person that recommended it is using it, how am I measuring how effective they are at generating a return on the investment that I made in that tool? Is that tool paying for me, times X, whatever that X is that I define it to be? Or am I simply just making that investment as a sunk cost into my business? And so it's making sure you understand all of the business fundamentals as well as the technology fundamentals.
Now, what has been your greatest challenge identifying and securing clients for your technology management consulting firm?
Visibility. And again, we try to focus on this not only with, our clients, but also our business as well. Making sure that we are in the right camps. Not everybody's your client. And, you need to make sure that you're speaking to the right entities or individuals and being able to address their pain points. And so that has been the biggest piece, just visibility within, again, the group of prospective clients that we desire to serve, that have a need for what we are offering in terms of our services.
Now, when you said visibility, my mind automatically went to, well, your technology reaches 1,000 people a day, over 1,000 people a day, per minute. So what would you say increases your visibility, or how can an entrepreneur increase their visibility?
Okay. Well, one of the things we're discovering is the way of technology is helping us to sort of increase or enhance our visibility. Is it's not just being in a large arena of eyeballs, but it's being in specific arenas. So, for example, if we look at platforms like a LinkedIn is our main sort of fishbowl, so to speak, okay, or pond that we fish in, but not only LinkedIn from a global perspective, but also looking at the various groups where those prospects may be gathering and having conversations. Okay? And so it's looking at, not just the big ocean of viewers, but it's, really drilling down and saying, where are those prospective, prospects? Where do they live? What conversations are they having? And then how can I actually get in front of them or get engaged with them in the conversations that help them by offering the products or services that we have.
So what I'm hearing is, for an entrepreneur to be more visible, you have to find that target audience.
That's correct.
That you can't just sell to everyone, but you got to have that target audience.
That is correct. That's very good. Thank you. Yes, crystallizing that.
Now, where does your company do business?
Well, we are headquartered in the state of Delaware, but because of technology, we have been very successful at the Northeastern corridor, primarily from Northern Virginia up through New Jersey. But we have no problems with working with clients throughout the U.S. Based on where they are, because we can actually host now virtual meetings. We can actually go into spaces that we were not able to physically by going virtually, to have conversations and do investigations of different things that we need to look at.
Now, is there a particular service product that you would like to share with our audience that you would like for them to consider or contact you about?
Well, we are launching a technology uh, program. It's called AI Techpreneurship Launchpad. And the reason why we're launching it is because, again, AI is a major uh, technology area today. But embedded within the techpreneurship, it encompasses uh, tech, so that we are looking at all of the tech stacks that go along with and associated with understanding not only AI, but everything from cybersecurity to networks to applications. And then the other piece is the entrepreneurship or the business part of technology. And so we're really promoting for business leaders and their teams to sign up to be part of that program, which is it's an online training and it's self-paced, but it also involves basically because it is project-based, looking at your environment or the entity's environment as the project, where we're helping them to learn technology through the lens of their particular business or enterprise. And so they can uh, visit our website, which is dxtechsolutions.org, HTTPS in front of it, and that's DXTECH solutions plural.org. And there is immediately that they will see on the webpage to register for our introductory webinars, which we are giving you a preview into what the overall training will be.
Now, for your product, would you suggest someone who has no tech experience to take your AI Techpreneur course, or is it more catered towards business owners or people who have experience in technology?
Okay. All of the above. For the novice in technology, it's a great way for them to be introduced to technology from a business perspective. And then for those leaders that are running companies, again, we are really interested in bringing home the message that you need to understand and be knowledgeable about how technology impacts your business or not. And then for those that are techies, so to speak, we need them to have a greater appreciation for the business challenges that that organizations face, so that they are not just selling widgets and toys, but they're making sure that those technologies, in fact, do help enhance the productivity and the efficiencies of those organizations.
Now, how can, I know you mentioned it a little bit more, but how can prospective clients, those viewing this interview, how can they get more information about when the webinars are, when the classes start? How can they get more information about these services?
Okay, great. And so again, the first stop is to go to our website, which is HTTPS colon backslash or forward slash, depending on how you look at it. DX David Xylophone Tech TECH solutions.org, and that's the gate into the first introduction to the program on our webpage, our homepage. Then you can also email me at mlbutler, MLBUTLER, at dxtechsolutions.org, and I'll respond back to you. Our office telephone number is 302-370-0028. And you can call, and if I'm not answering or someone's not answering the call, we will get back to you within 24 hours and give you more information about that.
Awesome. Thank you for that information. Now, I want to speak to our future entrepreneurs. So what I want to ask you, what are your goals for the next 5 years?
Okay, so you're speaking to future entrepreneurs and you want to know our goals for the next 5 years?
Yes, as far as reaching future entrepreneurs.
Okay, future entrepreneurs.
Yes.
And thank you. That's a very good question, because what we would like to do is to make sure we can work with and mentor future entrepreneurs so that they can benefit from the lessons learned along this journey that we've been on for some time now, and have a better springboard, okay, into the wonderful area of entrepreneurship with some very good lessons in how to, uh, to execute and become a very impactful entrepreneur and successful entrepreneur. So that's our goal. And so in the next 5 years, even with the training program of the AI Techpreneurship Launchpad program, we're hoping to bring on 50 to 100 individuals within the year, rotating throughout the year. And hopefully that number will be a great percentage of new entrepreneurs that also are interested in being part.
Mhm. And then also, what advice would you give someone who wants to get into your field or who wants to learn more about technology and become how did you say, a AI techpreneur? What advice would you give them?
Okay. Again, um, I would advise you, first of all, to understand what are you offering someone in terms of your product and service. That's number one. And what pain point or what are you offering to solve a problem for someone? And then, thirdly, is solving the problem going to benefit not only you, but also benefit them? And because if it benefits them as well as you, then you are going to have a great referral base, okay, because people are going to talk about you, okay, and seek you out. And then thirdly, I want you to make sure that you get clients, okay? Don't worry about technology initially. Worry about getting clients first, and then have those clients to demonstrate that you're working with them, they're successful in what you're delivering, and then you build in your tech stack based on your successes.
That is so nice. It's very important that we do speak to our future entrepreneurs because a lot of times they have a lot of plans, a lot of dreams.
Yes.
But I think it's best that they understand what is it that they want to do. Do they have the skill set? And then get mentors, get learning, as you said in this interview. Make sure you're reaching out to mentors.
Yes.
Make sure you're reaching out to the people who already knows what you're trying to do in order to get wisdom. I think wisdom is the most important thing to have.
Yes, it is.
Mhm. Now, I also wanted to ask you this question about your company. How does your company expands its reach to impact the community it serves?
Well, first of all, again, I want to thank Dr. Eric Kelly and the Black Business Network for this opportunity. Um, because many months ago, I wasn't familiar with what was taking place and the genius that Dr. Kelly had come up with in terms of this platform. And this is a tremendous way to connect with prospective clients as well as mentors and others that have greater wisdom than even I have. So I would encourage that everyone consider being a part of this network
Yeah.
to be able to, grow and become more knowledgeable about things that we may not be knowledgeable about today.
That is awesome. This is an awesome network. And then my last question for you today is what are three top things that you would tell a person that wants to start a business or that wants to get in a network with business? What are the top three things you would tell them?
Okay, thank you, Jamal, for that. I think you summed it up very well. First of all, understand your skill set, okay, and then don't try to be everything to everybody, but try to differentiate yourself so that you can be more valuable to the prospects that you're looking for. And then I guess the next thing I would advise is don't try to become the next millionaire. I have a term called becoming a thousandaire before you become a millionaire. Okay. If you can learn how to generate thousands, those thousands will then lead you to how to maybe one day achieve millions. But if you can't generate thousands, you're never going to be able to generate millions. That's it.
That's right. Take it one step at a time. A lot of times we try to, what they say, put the cart before the horse, but take it one step at a time. Think about being a thousandaire before you get to a millionaire. I like that advice. Once again, can you just let us know how to contact you? If anybody wanted to work with you, how do they contact you?
All right. Again, Maurice L. Butler, and you can contact me at DX Tech Solutions. I'm the founder and CEO. And my telephone number, 302-370-0028. My email address is mlbutler@dxtechsolutions.org. And you can also send an email to info@dxtechsolutions.org. And our website is https://dxtechsolutions.org. And I won't give you my LinkedIn number, my LinkedIn handle, but you can look me up on LinkedIn, okay, as Maurice L. Butler. And I will try to send me an invite. And if you qualify, I may actually connect with you because there are some qualifiers. I can't let everybody into my community.
Ooh, can you tell us what the qualifications are?
Well, the qualifications are you have to be legit.
Number one.
Number one. Okay. If you do not have a picture on your LinkedIn and I can't identify you, believe me, you will not be getting into my network.
All right. Number one qualification. You must be legit.
You
must have a picture.
Yes.
And you can be on his LinkedIn.
Other than that, I can't bring you in.
Awesome. I have enjoyed this conversation on today, and I want to thank you for coming. I want to remind you that genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Bye-bye. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBX USA. Go to your phone, pull it out, and type in $BBX USA in Cash App. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors. That's NC-100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Coming, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was a Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net.
Your story is powerful. Your brand is valuable. Your business deserves to be seen, heard, and followed. The Black Business Olympics has given you the stage, showcasing Black entrepreneurs speaking on stage, networking, and leading their businesses. Now, let's take your business even further. With the Black Business Olympics logo and clips of past events and inspiring speakers, we celebrate the power of visibility and the impact of your unique story. Introducing 5-Star BDM's exclusive video creation services designed to transform your Black Business Olympics appearance into a powerful marketing tool. Our dynamic approach includes behind-the-scenes shots of video editing, branding consultations, and social media marketing. We take your business story and turn it into a high-impact video that attracts clients, builds trust, and opens doors to new business opportunities. With polished content, testimonials, and high-energy graphics, your brand will shine brighter than ever. Our process is simple and effective. Step 1. We extract the best moments from your Black Business Olympics speech. Step 2. We craft a compelling branded video with your business details, call to action, and testimonials. Step 3. You receive ready-to-share professional content for social media, websites, and email marketing. With our AI-enhanced video marketing strategies, your message reaches the right audience at the right time, so your business grows while you lead. Hear from successful entrepreneurs who have worked with 5-star BDM. After working with 5-star BDM, my brand awareness skyrocketed. My Black Business Olympics talk became my #1 lead generator. The video they created gave me the confidence to pitch my business to major investors. Game-changing service. These testimonials showcase the transformative power of our services and the success that follows. Your business is your legacy. Your story matters. Let's make it unforgettable. Use your videos to land deals, grow your online presence, and dominate your industry. The message is clear. Get your custom video today. Visit 5starbdm.com. 5-Star BDM. We build 5-star brands that people will follow. Are you ready to be next? Email Black Business Network for your special pricing.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea that
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why BDirect was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to BDirect Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
La connexion BU. La connexion BU.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey. No! Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hey, welcome to Be the Victor Speaker Academy, where we do everything from video courses to our monthly membership. We got some personalized coaching if you're looking to start getting paid. I see a lot of you out there that are published authors or you're thought leaders and podcasters, but you're not getting paid to speak. This Be the Victor Speaker Academy is all about you. It's to help you monetize your expertise, start getting paid from school districts, colleges, and other event planners that are out there looking for your expertise. So stick around with us, watch the videos, download the downloadable documents, and check out what we got next in store for you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this edition of Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be having a fireside chat with Jackie A. Dozier. Jackie Atkins Dozier is an experienced nonprofit consultant, grant writer, and community activist with over 40 years of professional practice in the field. She has dedicated her life to helping nonprofit organizations thrive, securing much needed grants, and addressing pressing community issues through organizational development and program development. I present to you Miss Jackie A. Dozier.
Well, hello and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
From Georgia, that is.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to say to you that genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Well, hello, everybody. It's just wonderful to be here today. And it's even more exciting to be a Black Business Network ambassador. And I have the pleasure and the privilege of interviewing a young man today, all the way from the continent, from the city of Jos, and many of us know Nigeria. So we can probably pinpoint it on the map. So Muyiwa Fashakin is a personal friend. He's doing marvelous stuff, not only in Nigeria, but also across the globe. And so today, I just want to give you a little bit about him. He's a certified life coach and trainer, consultant, and author of several books. He is one of the world's most sought after creative intelligence experts and has trained over 105 certified coaches from different parts of the world. I just happen to be one of those. He is a former university professor where he lectured economics for 7 years before he resigned. And then he's also a head coach of the School of Creativity in Nigeria. He's a John Maxwell certified coach. He's a personal a coach and trainer and speaker. He has facilitated several trainings in Nigeria, across the world, Kenya, Miami, too many places to even spend the time to talk about today. But he's also a convener, and I want to give you some of the key points. He's a convener and founder of the World Change Summit with members from all over the world. He is definitely a global influencer, and I'll also add to that an impactor as well. So Muyiwa, in the interest of time, who is Muyiwa Fashakin outside of what I've already said, who you are? So tell us what you do for a living and why. Can you hear us?
All right.
Shall I repeat that
all right.
question?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. What do you do for a living, Muyiwa, and why?
Okay. For me, that's a very interesting question. And like she said, my name is Muyiwa Fashakin. Head coach of School of Creativity, Nigeria, and also GLICC, which is we have people all over the world from the GLICC. I am a creative intelligence expert. I teach, train, and mentor people, professionals, and entrepreneurs on how they can apply their creativity and generate optimum results and be consistently on a peak performance level. So that's the shortest way I can describe what I do. So I help people discover and develop and optimize their creativity, using it as a tool and channel to get them to their next best level. Thank you.
That's exciting. Muyiwa, with all of the things that you've done, and I have 6 different models that you have created as a result of creative intelligence mindset All of them are synonyms, but I'll just talk about the rapid model of creative intelligence, the Prague model of change management, Capapol approach to innovative teaching, 7 dimensions of creativity, workforce innovation model, the trigger factor, and cycle or sickle approach to creating your future. With all of that coming out of that genius brain, how has that all of your models impacted the people that you have either taught, mentored, or trained one way or the other? So, what give us some examples of what has
Okay. All right.
teachings?
All right. So thank you very much, Jackie. Let me start by saying this. So I left lecturing. I used to be a professor. I'm a lecturing economics, and I left that to the global space, using applied creativity as a tool. So most of my models have been applied by professionals and entrepreneurs. But the most striking feedback I usually get is the feedback of impact, influence, and transformation. So many people come back and share their transformation story as regards their businesses. Some share as regards the services that they render, and some just share as students that they have moved to their next best level. So I usually get a lot of feedback, especially for the Rapted model, which helps you to, it gives a reorientation of your mindset. It brings about a mind shift. Okay, one of my popular phrase is the business sense. I invented the business sense some years back, and many businesses had used the business sense. Business sense is the S is sight, the E is when you are empowered, the N is networking, the S is being smart in business, and the E is being economical. So the business sense has helped a lot of businesses here in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, even beyond Africa, to navigate their business journey and generating profit, getting into the productivity level and competitive advantage. So that is majorly one of the striking parts: the productivity, profitability, and the competitive advantage as a business owner. That has been the feedback, and it's been awesome. How absolutely out of this world. In some cases, I mean, so powerful, so powerful. Thank you.
Wonderful. Tell us a little bit about your most favorite class that you have conducted and some of the results that came out of that class. Tell us what you taught, where you were, and some of the results.
All right. One of the most striking classes and the favorites of my classes will be Creative Intelligence certification course. As one of the leading facilitators of creative intelligence in the world, I make bold to say that those classes has brought people from different parts of the country, of the world together. The recent one I just concluded some weeks back, it was a 10-man class consisting of business people, professionals, and entrepreneurs, and students from about 5 countries. There are 10 participants, but they were from 5 countries, 2 from the United States, 2 from Colombia, 1 from Seychelles, 1 from Gambia, 1 from Southern Sudan, and 3 from Nigeria. It's purely an international class, and we have different people coming together, networking, brainstorming and coming up with solutions to problems. So one of the most striking classes for me is the Creative Intelligence certification course, which I've done 12 streams. I started about 2021, and we've done 12 sets, and we have about 105 certified coaches now from 24 countries of the world.
That is just amazing, amazing. My next question is this. With all that you've done to impact the world and to activate creativity and innovation in the minds of so many people. If you couldn't do this, what would be your dream job?
That's a very interesting question. Maybe if I'm not doing what I'm doing today, I will still be speaking because I just think I was born to speak. So if I'm not speaking about creative intelligence, I will be speaking about some other things, maybe like business development, creating a great lifestyle for yourself and all that. So I will still be in the talking business. So I was in the lecturing line. I was a professor for 7 years, both professionally and academically. Talking to students of the business school, like economics school, and sociology, political science. So I will still be talking. So if I'm given another chance, I will find myself speaking because I have three values, or should I say, three values that guides me: influence, impact, and transformation. So anywhere I can get those three done, I go there. So, and the fastest way for me is via speaking. That's how I've spoken to different people from many countries of the world and made impact in many countries. Even I've not been to some of those countries, my name should ring a bell there. And I've not been to those countries because of the impact driven. I'm impact driven, I'm influence driven, and I'm transformation driven. So I will still be talking if I'm not into creative intelligence training, because I train, I mentor, and I coach, and I'm a speaker. So I think anything that revolves around speaking to impact, I will do that. That should be my business now, in the past, forever, and in the world to come. Thank you.
Wonderful. You've answered several questions in just that one. This is really, really great.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about if you were going to scale your business, how would you achieve it? Is it happening now? Are you in the process of scaling in some sense? And if not, how would you achieve such an impactful, powerful, influential job of I'm not going to finish that sentence.
If I'm going to scale, expand for growth, and still keep my resources not going so much up, because that's scaling from economics point of view, I would definitely need maybe support now, human capacity and financial capacity. Those two supports will be the best. Let me give it. Well, let me give an example. So when I moved to the northern part of Nigeria, which is characterized by insurgencies and Islamic violence, I mean, people run away from where I am. If you can go to the map and go to Jos, is a central north of Nigeria. We have a lot of violence and disruption of businesses and all that. So people move away from Jos to Lagos or Abuja, those are capitals of Nigeria. But I am in the northern part, and the reason why I came to the northern part is because I noticed that the youths were the one causing these troubles. They causing all these insurgencies and they're killing people. And I said, if we engage these youths and they become innovative, then instead of diverting deploying their energy to destruction and disruption and violence, they will get engaged in productive and profitable businesses. And that's what I've done for 11 years. I've moved to the northern part of Nigeria. I've traveled to the most deadliest places in Nigeria, which is called Maduguri. Maduguri is where we have Boko Haram. Boko Haram is the peak of all the Islamist violent people in West Africa. I've gone there. I've taken innovation there, creative intelligence to such places, and the youth were so blown away. I was surprised that in the class they were staying outside, looking from the window, trying to be part of the class. I was emotional about that. So I just felt, if I'm given the opportunity to scale with financial resources and human resources expertise, the scaling will bring a lot more impact than what we are seeing. Even it can bring a lot of impact to Nigeria and West Africa in the area of shutting down insurgencies across Africa. That's the new next big thing I'm looking at, scaling to that level where Africa will be void of all kind of insurgencies because they've embraced applied creativity that gives them the results they need as youths. Thank you.
Wonderful. And just to piggyback on that, if you were to just to share some of the challenges that you have, maybe they're your top challenges, 2 or 3 of them that you've encountered in your business, and how have you solved them? How has creativity and innovation helped you to solve some of the whatever your 2 maybe biggest challenges that you've experienced?
Okay, so the one of the biggest challenges we've had is maybe financial constraints. But we've been able to solve that because we went for collaboration. Now, collaboration is the new currency of the world. If you don't travel with dollars or currencies and you go anywhere, don't forget to travel with collaboration. That's the latest and the most valued currency of the world. So I've collaborated with so many people. So instead of me going somewhere to pay for the venue where I would do my classes and my trainings, people had collaborated with me because they understood what my intentions and my drives were. So collaboration has been a perfect solution for me to solve many problems at the same time. The second solution for me, and which has worked well, is to help bring people of different expertise, which is also about collaboration, to come into my program and help bring in their knowledge to help the people I'm training, I'm coaching, and I'm mentoring. Sometimes we've been invited to speak to my mentees in Africa. I'm talking about Mom Jackie now. You've been invited to speak. I invite other people with different expertise to come around. So those collective intelligence has been my solution. Because if you say, I always tell people, financial problem is not always the major problem. But if you understand that, if you have all the solutions like creative capacity, human capacity, and other capacity, it can help you solve problem even before finance shows up. And that's what I've done for a while, because it's a social. I'm more of a social entrepreneur, so I have to source for fund myself and help to save the country from other form of insurgencies which are caused by the youth. The government are not funding, but I do the funding by the little trainings I do and other collaborations from people around the world. Sometimes people just want to give their expertise. Sometimes people give their finances. Like yesterday, we had a program and 2 days, Saturdays, and one person, I think his mom Jack, said, okay, let me pay certificate. Let me give you certificate. Let me pay for the certification of 2 people. That's how it's run. And solution comes. People have been looking for to attend trainings, but no money. But some people just come around and just help in that situation. So there have been solutions one way or the other. Thank you.
Oh, wow. That's wonderful. There is a saying, and I'm not sure who it says, your net worth is equal to your network. And I have really found that to be true as well. Getting people connected with you to fill in some of those gaps where your money, or maybe even your particular collaborations don't reach. This is exciting. I'm always excited to hear you talk, Muiwa. You've had several award-winning lecturing invitations across the world. United Nations World Creativity and Innovation Day that you started. Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, you've spoken to them. Miami University, Oxford, Ohio. Let me see, you're the first African to facilitate at the International Creativity Boot Camp. Tell me how that has impacted your life and what you would tell someone else that you would mentor about the need for those kinds of connections.
All right, thank you very much for that particular question. So, I was the first African advisory board member of United Nations World Creativity and Innovation Day, because I led the celebration in Africa. I'd led that for about 6-7 years, and it's interesting that I've been able to speak at different programs across the world. Sometimes in 2020, I think I was invited by Miami University, Oxford, Ohio, to speak to their students, faculties, and the management on creative intelligence because I led the subject matter of creative intelligence in Africa. And many people, before I started speaking about it, did not know what was creative intelligence. I had to explain, I had to I had to teach a lot. And now we have so many people across Africa that can boast of the knowledge of creative intelligence, and they have applied it. So I'm big on application than theory. As a university lecturer, we did more of theory. But let me. I usually say this. If I have time, let me say this. As a lecturer, I taught economics for 7 years, monetary economics, and you'll get out of the school. The students will leave the school, and they don't still know how to make money. And you taught them for 4 years on how to make money, how to understanding the nature of money, characteristics of money. Define money, but they cannot make the money. So I told myself, as I resign, every other training, coaching, or mentoring I do will be practical. And that's why if someone like Mom Jackie and other people across the world has attended creative intelligence certification course, they will always tell you it's practical, it's hands-on, and it's rewarding when you use those principles. So I taught so many models and principles where people were able to apply to their businesses and they get results. They're always calling me back. They have started a business. It's working. Thank you for that day. You said this and you said that. And so all over the world, I get such calls, from different parts of Africa and beyond. People that have used what we've trained them on creative intelligence and practically, and they've gotten results in their businesses. So we have that everywhere. And the testimonies keep running every day.
You've answered probably most of the questions that I had on here as you're speaking. But if there was a takeaway that you would want, maybe 3 takeaways that you would want the listening audience to experience today, what would those 3 things be? What can your most impactful statements? 3 of them.
All right, that will be my 3 questions that drives and gives birth to innovation. I usually say innovate or die. If you are not innovating, you are dying. Companies that did not innovate some years back, you can't hear about them again. They are dead. So you have only one option in this present generation: innovate or innovate. There's no other option than to innovate. It's either you innovate or you innovate. So the 3 laws I will leave my audience with is: number 1, do everything possible to innovate. Do everything possible to innovate in your business, in your profession, your career, your services, anything you're doing. Number 2, don't forget to innovate. Don't forget to innovate. That's the second law. Don't forget to innovate. And number 3 law is always remember the 2 first laws.
I like that. Yeah.
So that's
innovate
that's it.
or innovate. Okay, let's go over it. Innovate or innovate. Don't forget to innovate is a 3rd one.
Yeah.
And I lost the middle one. Say it again. Innovate to innovate.
Yeah. Don't forget to always innovate.
Don't forget to always
innovate. Yeah.
And remember to innovate.
To always innovate. And don't forget the first 2 laws. That's it. If you go with that, it's a mindset. It's a lifestyle. It's the mindset for business people. There are some companies you mentioned now, like Kodak and all those companies. They are not existing again. Why? They refuse to innovate. Look at BlackBerry. They refuse to innovate. Nokia almost got it wrong because they couldn't innovate. So, other companies that you can mention now, but some got it right. And today, they're doing so well because they chose to innovate. So, don't forget, it's either you innovate or you innovate. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. You know, my brain is rehearsing a lot of things that I had when I was in class with you today, and it's a reminder again. Don't forget to innovate. So, Muya, tell us a little about the impact that the work that you're doing. What does the impact it has on your family? Tell us a little bit about your wife, a little bit about your kids, and how they're being impacted by what you do.
So I mean, one of the biggest story I share on every platform, and that's my son when he was 5 years old. So my son, when he was 5 years old, I gave him apple drink. The apple drink, he just poured it in the cup and went to the kitchen. I went to the bedroom. In about 30 seconds, my son was shouting, "Daddy, Daddy, I'm creative. I'm creative." So I said, what? Okay. I just got back to the sitting room. I saw my son with a cup. Guess what he has done with a cup like this? He went to the kitchen and sliced cucumbers into the apple drink, and it gave an absolutely outstanding and exceptional taste. The recipe was out of this world. I mean, it was just 5 years old, but I guess this thing is contagious. My daughter too is into, he works as an artist now. She's just about 14, and she paints, and so my wife, she's into movie production, and every one of us deploy creativity into everything we do. My son want to prepare some things. He said, "Daddy, let me have this. Let me see how it's going to be." And that's what I've taught everybody. That's what they see us do. That we are not afraid to attempt. We are not afraid to fail, because failure is not the opposite of success. Failure is part of success. So they understand that. They have that mindset, and they try anything. For here, everything is possible with you engaging creativity. So that's my family. We just try. Everybody's trying something different. My daughter dance. I mean, she's dancing, and also it's just crazy over here. But in the sense of being crazy, we are doing exploits individually. My son future, my daughter featured in an award winning movie recently, and he won the movie won about $3,000 somewhere. She was just like 12 or so, 12 or 13 when she did that movie. I mean, so we are just like that here. We just try new things. We just do new things, and we see what comes out of it, and we move to the next level. So we just want to innovate. We want to do more. We know we have the capacity to do more. I want to do more always. So that's the impact of my family. Thank you.
Good. What is the end story for Muyiwa Fashakin by the end of 2025? What's in store for you by the end of this year?
Yeah, by the end of this year, I really want to expand to other West African countries. I know Africa, we are creative. If there's something I know about Africans, the black race, we are creative, extremely creative. But the innovation part is just what we don't get right. How to implement what we have within us. So I really want to go around. I want to be in some West African countries, some North African countries, and some South African countries. The constraint has been maybe a bit of finances to reach out to those places, but I guess I'm trusting that by the end of this year, I'll be able to touch some West African countries to start with and get them to understand the power of innovation, which they can use for their society, their community, their states, and their country. And we all together use that to light up Africa and the black race and take over from there. Thank you.
One last question. One thing you just kind of brings the other things up in my mind. And one of it was that just recently I saw a video, and there was an appeal for African Americans to come back to Africa and to share and to impart, so that there'll be a transfer of knowledge and skills. We do have more advanced skills in a lot of ways, but sometimes we don't know how to use them as well. But give me your thoughts about that as we kind of close out this part of our. Look like we might have about 4 more minutes. But what do you think about this transfer? African Americans from America need to go to Africa and help raise the standard, especially in the business field. They're farmers and they do piggery and all those other kind of things, but in the transference of business skills. Talk to us just for a minute about that.
Yeah, well, I think why a lot of people leave this part of the world to maybe some other part of the world, the Western world, the USA, and the European countries, basically for greener pasture. I had never thought of that before. Unfortunately, I had not thought of that. My younger brother, he should be 30 years in the United States now. He lives in Florida, Orlando, Florida. My other brother is in Georgia presently, and he's been there for a while, long while. But I've not thought of staying in the United States for one day. And maybe I could go visit, but I've not thought of leaving Nigeria. Why? Because I have a mindset. Because it is not US or UK that makes it happen. It's your mindset that makes it happen. So you can go to US and be poor. You can still go to UK and be poor. What makes you wealthy is not from outside, it's from inside. So if you don't get it right from your inner man, your inside, the outside will fight against you, even in the United States. So what makes it happen for me in the mindset is I can reach, I earn in dollars. I'm in Nigeria. People pay me in dollars. People from all, I earn from almost all the parts of the world, from Colombia, from the United States, and I'm not in those places. So if you get the mindset right, you might not even need to go and relocate and go for a greener pasture, because the greener pasture is within your mind. So if you get it right with your mind, you will get it right with every other thing, whether in US, in Nigeria, in UK, in Colombia, anywhere you find yourself, you will get it right because your mind is right. You have a business sense. You have a business. You are business minded. All right. So if you go to US and you're not business minded, you will fail. I said it several times that businesses don't fail. It is the owners that fail. No business fail. There's no failure in any. It doesn't really matter what you sell. Like I say, it's how you sell what you sell. It's not what you sell. You can sell anything. You can sell anything, but how do you sell? Because how is the technology that drives profits. How is the technology that drives success in business, not what. So, not where really. You can be in Nigeria, and if you get your how well, you will get it right everywhere. Let me end up today's session for my own part with the quote of William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare said, "We don't have failures in the world. We only have men and women who do not know how to succeed." I've known that wise word from that man for about 25, 30 years. It has changed my mindset. We don't have failures. No one is a failure. We just have people who do not know how to succeed. So the problem of this generation, why they're running up and down, is the problem of how. How do I get it done? How do I solve this problem? How do I expand my business? How do I get money? So if you get the problem of how solved, you will always be on the top. Thank you.
You'll always be on the top, and you'll always have something to take care of yourself and to help somebody else. Yeah. How about that? This has been an exciting time, Muyiwa. We're coming to the close of our interview. We want to thank you. And if there's anything else, maybe your closing statement that you'd like to make, please feel free to take maybe about 2 or 3 minutes in order to make that statement at this point. And this has been fabulous.
Thank you. Yeah. What I just would love to say is that the black race is doing great. We have what it takes to take over. I see people in desert here in the northern part of the world, in Nigeria, where people are told they're useless, they are nobody, they are just Islamic terrorists. But some of them are opening up to realities of life, innovation, and they are giving that a chance, and their lives, they are getting changed every day. I'm going to be traveling to another desert, Yola, in Adamawa, very soon, and a lot is happening around. Let's not give up on the black race, no matter how bad we've heard about them. They are doing great things, and they can do better with innovation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Muyiwa. Here's my hand clap to you for a great job well done. Jamila's back with us, maybe to give us our closing. You got the floor, Jamila.
Yes, Muyiwa, real quick, can you tell us how to get in contact with you if we wanted to do any work with you?
All right. So the best way, have a website and I have an email. So my email is the coach mfash at gmail. That's coach m, that's Muiwa m, then fash FASH at gmail.com. All right. My website is www.muyiwa, my name, fashaking.com. That's my website. And I'm on all social media. Facebook, my name, Muyiwa Fashaking. I'm big on LinkedIn. The best place to find me, it's on LinkedIn. And I post my works there. All my trainings and coaching and mentoring session is on LinkedIn. Muyiwa Fashaking MF. You get that on LinkedIn. Just my name on LinkedIn. Then if you Google my name, I think I have more than 4 or 5 pages on Google. I mean, I've done so much for many years, so you can get everything you want on Google. Just type the name Muyiwa Fashaking, FASAKN, and you'll get a lot I've done. Thank you.
Thank you once again for your wisdom on today. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Great job.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors. That's NC-100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource, I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you.
How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world.
Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area, and Network in Action North.
How many times have you been
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children, with caring mentors and hands-on activities, with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City, USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Artist to me is a creative expression. It explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Hello, and welcome to Mastering Your Professional Destiny, the enhanced personal branding journey. I am Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the Follow Brand podcast. And today we're diving into one of the most crucial aspects of career development, professional branding. In today's competitive market, standing out isn't just about having the right skills or qualifications. It is about how you position yourself, how you're perceived, and how you communicate your value. Whether you are a pre-professional just starting out or a mid-level professional looking to elevate your career, your personal brand plays a pivotal role in defining your path to success. Throughout this course, I will be guiding you through the BRAVE framework, a powerful tool designed to help you build a professional brand that not only reflects your strengths, but also amplifies your influence in your field. We will break down each element of the BRAVE framework so that by the end of this course, you will have the strategies and insights needed to unlock your full professional potential. So whether you are aiming to enhance your leadership profile or land your dream job, this course is your roadmap to creating a distinct and authentic brand that resonates with peers, employers, and the industry at large. I'm excited to guide you on this journey. Let's get started on building a brand that truly reflects who you are and where you're going.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Andrea Adams, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Japan, Africa, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I have the honor of introducing the next speakers. It will be a panel interview. And just before I introduce the speakers, I want to give you a little background on the organization. Established in 2024, Voice Masters was founded by a group of 4 passionate public speakers who identified the need for a global platform dedicated to impactful communication. Drawing from their personal experiences as leaders and speakers, they envision Voice Masters as a dynamic community where individuals, both aspiring and experienced, could connect, share knowledge, and grow together, leveraging their diverse expertise in communication, mentorship, leadership. The founders created an organization that's rooted in the principles of personal growth, also embracing public speaking and community building. Voice Masters is not just a platform, it's a transformative movement aimed at empowering speakers at every stage of their journey. Now, I want to first of all introduce Diana Leslie. She's one of the founders, and I'll just tell you a little bit about her. After a 30-year distinguished career as a registered nurse, she transitioned into holistic wellness, earning certifications in herbology, aromatherapy, detoxification, wellness, which inspired her to write a book in 2024 called Common Jamaican Aromatic Plants, alongside her spiritual growth through Reiki, yoga, and A Course in Miracles. She pursued her passion for writing and public speaking and overcame self doubt and is now able to train others. One of our other founding members is none other than Shirley Brown Danzy. And she's from Mississippi and she is a motivational speaker, not just a motivational speaker, but a TEDx speaker, best selling author, a global trainer, passionate about empowering others to unlock their full potential. She is an author, The Power to Succeed, Unlock Your Life, Unlock Your Dreams, and is the co author and of another book, which is also number one best selling on Amazon, The Greatness in You, alongside Les Brown and John Tallarico. Our third founding member is Charlene Clark Cura, who is an accomplished leader, organizational development expert, and CEO of HR Management, DTI LLC. With over a decade of experience in HR policy, design, and global leadership, she excels as a corporate trainer and speaker, inspiring individuals and organizations to achieve peak performance. She is also an author of The Five Organizational Sins. Charlene shares transformative strategies for organizational success, a sought after keynote speaker who has connected with the greatest audiences to dream boldly and execute with purpose. Her passion for innovation and employee engagement reshapes workplace dynamics and empowers growth. Now, I have the pleasure of also giving you a little background on our fourth founder, which is me. I'm Andrea Adams, and I am the co-founder of Keg Book Club. I'm also a podcast host of Babble with Me, which is a podcast that's featured on Spotify. I'm an ICF accredited coach, best-selling author, and I shine as a storyteller because I've been able to emerge my power voice through training with Les Brown and John Tallarico. I have a mission which helps to really and truly bring vision to people who have been part of human trafficking. I'm also the founder of Global Kids Speak. Now, I know that is a lot for you, audience, to be able to take in, but just let's welcome all the ladies to the front of the audience so that we can get to learn more about you all. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hi.
Yes. Welcome. So we're going to go into a panel discussion in a moment. But while we wait for the others to join the conversation, please tell the audience a little bit more about you.
Oh, oof. I think, well, okay. So I am the founder of HR Management DTI, a company that is designed to help organizations to grow through building better relationship, training and development of, their employees. I offer services to include professional coaching, mentorship, training. I also provide, service of designing and creating different types of HR management policies, be it contractual documents, employment contracts, be it employee handbooks, be it, whatever it is that you need for your organization in the HR realm of things. I am also a motivational, inspirational speaker as well. So I do that as a part of the business. So I want to say it's a holistic business. It's all about wiring in the mind, because like I said before, the mind is a powerful tool. And if you know how to use a tool well, then you will be successful in life. So yes. A little bit more about me. So that's my work. My work is not me. I am a mother. I am a wife. I'm a friend. I am also the co-founder of the business we're about to talk about, Voice Masters. And the organization, we focus on development of people holistically, but I'll await the other co-founders to join before we can delve right into it.
Yes, I am certain that the audience is just excited and they would love to learn more, because I gave such a dynamic introduction to the group. Now we're just going to wait to see the other ladies join, but before they join, just allow me to share a little bit more about my input and the part that I play in Voice Masters. I'm actually, my name is, as I said before, Andrea Adams. I am one of the co-founders of Voice Masters, and I am one of the co-founders of Voice Masters. And indeed, one of the things that I am really passionate about is public speaking and helping people to be able to learn the value of being able to say your story, being able to tell your story, not just tell your story, but tell your story in a way that it creates wealth for you, to be able to understand the power of being prepared and understanding that though public speaking is a fear that people have, it's a phobia that people have, that is so bad that some people fear public speaking more than they fear death. And the thing is, it's a skill that anybody can learn. It's a skill that anybody can master. So that's one of the purposes of Voice Masters, to be able to help people to master that skill and become better on what is it that they are doing.
Exactly. Because too many people are fearful of speaking. They have a story, they want to tell a story, but the process in telling their story is what they are fearful of. Whether it is that they would need to share the story in a public space or even virtually, but voicing their story, or they probably want to put that in a book. And so Voice Master, depending on where you want to go, we are here. We have the tools, we have the people, and we are here to assist. Yes.
What we're going to do, seeing that we're here already, let's go straight into the questions. I know that the audience is probably very excited to learn more. So what we're going to do is, first of all, just tell them a little bit about what is it that inspired us to form the team. What is it that would have caused us to be able to try to fill in that gap that seems to be out there as it relates to a public speaking supportive community.
Okay. All right. So Voice Masters was born out of a shared realization that many speakers lacked a global platform to connect, to learn, to grow together, right? And so us as a team recognize that gap in providing a supportive space where individuals, regardless of their experience level, could develop impactful communication skills while fostering community connections. So that is the inspiration that really brought us together to develop this organization.
Amazing, amazing. I know that there is great things in store for those who join us and are able to be part of this movement. Now, I want to go in a little bit on what programs is it that Voice Masters have to offer to support aspiring and seasoned speakers, both of them, because there are seasoned speakers who sometimes feel as if they don't need any training. And then there are aspiring speakers out there who are looking for a community to be able to support them and help them to be able to become better speakers. So what I will share with the audience is that we have programs where we'll be meeting every other week, which would be about, I think it's going to be about 25 or 26 times per year, where you're able to get feedback, meet with other people. There's going to be training specifically designed to help you to be able to develop yourself in different areas. Like when it comes to public speaking, you have to look at the verbals. You got to look at the nonverbals. There's so many different aspects of it that you have to look at. We are going to be having seasoned speakers and people who are there, who we would call our experts in the field, come in and teach you how to develop those skills, how to use your nonverbals to tell a story. One of the things I like to do to give an example of how great communication is, if you look at television, back then you would have an entire movie with no words, and you were still able to get an entire story. People learn how to look at the movies.
Right.
So if you're able to learn the skills to be able to understand the importance of your nonverbals, to be able to craft your story, to understand that great messages come out of proper preparation, understanding the 5 P's. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. Understanding the importance that the foundation that preparation brings. It also helps us to understand how to create and craft our stories. Foundations, they're different types of stories. You can have basic stories where you have the beginning, the middle, and the end, or you can have stories where you start with a cliffhanger and then you go back to the beginning and then take the audience to that point. So there are so many, and those are just 2 examples I gave, but there is so much there to learn. Then another example I give people, just like you have lawyers and you have doctors, they have their own language. So does a public speaker, so does an orator. They learn the language of cadence and pitch and diction and all the different words that we use to understand how to better express ourselves. So the other skill, you learn leadership skills, you learn how to write your stories. And I'm just talking about the public speaking aspect.
Right.
Toastmasters also will be offering writing programs. You get an opportunity to be part of anthologies, to write and publish your own books. And you will also be able to get the opportunity to train companies. So for example, if there's a company that needs training in a specific area, for example, like you, Charlene, you're into HR. So if a company needs an HR specialist, we will dig from the pool within. So being part of our membership actually allows you to be able to expand and share your skills. So it is a great place to be.
It is indeed. Voice Masters is the organization where you need to, come to grow and develop. Yes, indeed. All right. And so we have our other founding members on. And the second question is, how do you define impactful communication, and how does Voice Masters help speakers to achieve it? For this question, I'm going to allow Shirley to give us the response.
Okay, wonderful. Impactful communication, it goes beyond just delivering a polished speech. it's about creating an emotional connection with your audience, engaging them not just with your words, but with your authenticity, just and your passion. At Voice Masters, we believe that the most powerful messages come from personal stories, stories that resonate deeply. You know, that's why our program focuses on helping speakers uncover their unique voice and craft a message that's both authentic and transformative. You know, through workshops, mentorship, and personal coaching, we equip our members with the tools to connect them with any audience, deliver their message with confidence, and leave a lasting impression. Voice Masters is about turning speakers into change makers who inspire action and transformation. So that's my response for you. I'm very excited about what we can do.
Exactly. Awesome. And I'm sure that, we would want to share with the audience examples of how our diverse expertise in communication, mentorship, and leadership has shaped the mission of Voice Masters, because, we want to make sure that our mission is so aligned that when we engage individuals, depending on what it is that they are with us for, they are fully prepared for the world. So each of us brought our own expertise or unique expertise to the table. One was skilled in corporate leadership, another in mentorship program, and others in speaking engagement or speech crafting and audience engagement. And this diversity, ladies and gentlemen, allowed us, the founders of Voice Masters, to design programs that cater to a wide array of speaker needs, from presentation skills to leadership development through communication, and also for those persons who want to, perhaps write their book, or those persons who have started writing their book but have reached a writer's block. We can help you out of that block, like, you're running a race, right? So you don't have to sit in that block forever. So those are some of the diverse expertise that we bring to the table to ensure that Voice Masters is a holistic organization that we will develop persons toward, arriving at their destination throughout the journey. Yes. Right? All right, so the next question, I believe, is what specific initiatives or program does Voice Masters offer to support both aspiring and seasoned speakers? And Diana Leslie will address this.
We have guidelines, and all these guidelines are agreed upon by the group, by the team. We consider ourselves not just Voice Masters, but we are a mastermind group. We never enter this room without prayers. We all are connected to someone that is bigger than us, and we allow that presence within the team. At any given time, we have a Thursday and we have a Sunday, and lest we forget, someone initiates a connection. We are open to each other. We respect and operate basically on respect. We agree to disagree, and sometimes we disagree to agree, but there's a mutual respect among us. There's common-mindedness. We all have studied under the master, Les Brown. And he is our guide. He's our mentor. And wherever he is, whether he's speaking, wherever he is, we try to attend. If all of us cannot be there, at least one of us will participate. We sit down, we give each other time to consider whatever the topic is. We give each other some time to think about it before we make the decision, and then we vote. We consider each other's opinion. So there's common mutual respect among each of us.
Mhm. Okay. All right.
There's a reason why we've gone.
All right, Andrea. So it's over back to you. You're.
It's okay. You can continue. You're doing quite well.
Yes.
I've been talking all day, so
yes.
I love the power.
I'm just excited. I'm just excited. Here is a question. Here is a question, ladies. And I believe Diana can answer this question. Here is a question. Well, we all can, but I want Diana to continue. How does Voice Masters foster community building among its members?
We are one. We are one. We are one common mind. And the common word among us is the mastermind group, the mastermind team. We foster community by ensuring that we have all participated in some kind of personal growth. And we have all done that. And we encourage each other to do the same. If one hasn't done it, we would have encouraged them, but thank God all of us have had some kind of training in community organization. Part of it is, I think, is we are all agreed to become a new person.
Right.
We have agreed on being the best version that we can
Right.
of ourselves, because we'll be teaching others and we lead by example. We do not want any of our clients to second guess, who are these people? Do they know what they what they know? Are they authentic? And so we practice this in our daily lives, and it reflects on the group, on the team.
Exactly. So in order for us to deliver, we have to work on ourselves, and we have been doing that. We have our Sunday meetings that is called Beyond the Voices, and Beyond the Voices, what we do, we have our discussion to get to know each other some more, and then we have different things that we do to develop self, right? And so we are not coming to you without information, without training, without knowledge of what we're doing. We're coming to you because we are professionals. You would have heard Andrea before introduce Shirley. She's an TEDx speaker, right? Among other things. All of us, we are authors. All of us were trained by Les Brown. All of us are speakers. As a matter of fact, it was just last week, Friday, we were all in Philadelphia, right, at a speaking conference, where we all graced the stage along with Les Brown as well. So we really know what we're doing, what we're talking. We know what it takes to bring you to that level of success. But I want Andrea, she said that she's speaking all evening, but Voice Masters, that's what we do. We speak, right? Because we want to be heard. And then when we're quiet, we want you to speak. So it's our time to speak so that you can engage us for us to listen to you. Andrea, what are some of the challenges we faced during the establishment of Voice Masters, and how would you say we have overcome them?
Okay, so for me, the challenges that we would have faced so far is just the learning curve in setting up an organization. Because as Diana said, the mastermind is great, and it really did help us to be able to not only learn about each other, but to be able to create great ideas. And that is the purpose of a mastermind. However, whenever you're starting a new organization, one of the things that is needed is funding. And when you're starting with limited funding, and you have to take whatever expertise that's just available within the group, that indeed is a challenge. So it's not a challenge for us to be able to share the information that we have, to be able to pass on that knowledge that we have learned, to be able to pour into the members. But the challenge is the learning curve of getting it to the point that we need to get it to without the funding and the backing.
Exactly, and we could agree because we needed our website. If without a website, how would our clients be aware of our services? And our website is live. By the way, you can go on our website. It's voicemasters.biz. Our Facebook page as well. Please like and join us on Facebook, Voice Masters, and follow us. But Diana, in what ways does Voice Masters emphasize personal growth as a key component of its business?
Personal growth, from my definition, is also personal development, which means we have to be continuously growing mentally, spiritually, and even physically, because we have to take care of ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Because we lead by example. So for me, personal growth, again, I always reinforce, we have to change. We have to become the best. I had said the best version of ourselves. So attending conferences, reading more books on a Sunday, which is a kind of, Thursday is a business section of Voice Masters. But on Thursday, we get into we are a little bit more relaxed. Our book right now is Think and
Grow Rich.
Yes.
Think and Grow Rich, right. We're having a little bit of connectivity challenge. Yes, go ahead, Diana.
Right. So topics like desire, we look at that topic, we get feedback from each other. What is our desire? We are also we read other books as well, and we share, because unless we learn from others, we have to use others to learn from, because we do not know everything. So personal growth, personal development is essential. And I think that every Sunday is where we really can develop even more.
Exactly. And I can attest to that, on Sundays or meeting or Beyond the Voices, by the way, listeners, viewers, wherever you are, you will be, once you get on our website, you will see the different subscription tiers. It depends on where you want to be. You will be invited to or Beyond the Voices on Sunday, because that is where we will groom you for Voice Masters and our different training that we have. But our Beyond the Voices, really, for us, for ladies, we have assigned 1 hour, and I can tell you, since its inception, we have not spent an hour. We have done at least 4 hours and beyond.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And we're never tired of speaking, because we have so much ideas, and because of the wealth of knowledge that we have, we each come to the table, because Andrea, as our global speaking company, is nurse consultant, among other things. Shirley, she too is a public speaker, motivational speaker. I have human resource management, DTI. And when you think of the amalgamation of all these skills, of all this knowledge, of all, what we have, and coming together, 1 hour could not contain us. And right. And so, Andrea, we have quite a number. I just spoke about your global speaking company, Global Speak Kids, right? And I'm sure you have quite a number of public speaking organization platform. Let us tell the listeners, the viewers, what distinguishes Voice Masters from other public speaking organization platform, why they need to join with us if they want to become the best.
Voice Masters, guaranteed by research, has the support that no other public speaking platform on the globe that is known based on research has. Meaning, when you join Voice Masters, you're not just paying into an organization to learn the art of public speaking. Then when you reach to the end of that road, you're just kicked out the door and you're left on your own. Voice Masters is a movement, and I speak it as if it is, because that's the intention. Once you come to Voice Masters, you will forever be part of a community of people who will be continuously supporting you. And the reason why I say that, when you speak, it's like when you are exercising, in order to maintain your body, you have to continuously exercise. I tell people public speaking is the same thing. You can't do a public speaking course and don't speak. And furthermore, do a public speaking course and never look at it again and say, oh, I did this accreditation in public speaking, because you have to keep doing it. And that's what makes you become a better public speaker. Now, besides that global community of support, so opportunity to exert public speaking, because we will be having virtual conferences. We'll be having brick and mortar conferences. We'll also be teaching you the art of storytelling, written and verbally. So you have the opportunity to be able to write books with us. This is like a one-stop communication house. You get the opportunity to speak, you get the opportunity to write. Now, when you get here, you become a member, you also get you on a platform. We'll be soliciting organizations that need speakers in certain areas. We will personally be soliciting those organizations to come. Here, we have a pool of speakers who have expertise in these areas. So you're actually becoming part of a registry where your name will be there in first preference. We have association with people who are already known in public speaking. You get the affiliation of being associated with us. You get the affiliation of being associated with these renowned public speaker through your affiliation with us. Remember, everybody is one person away from the person that they would like to meet.
Right.
And this is just the cherry on top. There is so much more.
Awesome. I like that. So we are powerful, ladies and gentlemen. We are powerful. And I know you're thinking, oh, 24, how have you, the masters, how has Masters evolved since its founding in 2024? We're still in 2024. And what are your goals? Well, let me tell you, since of Voice Masters, we have grown from a small group to a global community, introducing innovative programming and expanding its reach. We are the founders, we are the ones who have the know-how. Looking ahead, the organization, Voice Masters, we aim to launch an online academy. You heard and just spoke about that just now. We are also aiming to host international speaking conventions at cares to the ground, because our convention, our first speaking convention, will be 2025, August 2025, between April and August of 2025. We will be having our soft launch virtually January of 2025. Now, join our Facebook page, go onto our website, become a member. We have 3 different subscriptions.
Oh, yes. So we're just having a little bit of a break. As we're preparing now to wrap up, and I'm sure that the audience would love to get some more information on Voice Masters. Again, voicemasters.biz. You can check it out there. Check our social media platforms. You'll be able to get all the information you need. You can reach out to any one of us. Our social media platforms are all linked on that platform. So in closing, I know it's up on the hour, so I'm just going to take a moment to just thank again the sponsors for just giving us the opportunity to be able to make these programming happen. We thank you, Black Business Network, for just giving us the opportunity to be here on this program. And I want you all to just remember that.
Okay. All right. So I was off for a little bit, but I'm back. All right. So for in terms of how we have evolved, so we will be doing innovative programs. We be aligning with partnering with institution to make public speaking training accessible. We will be providing training as well. We will be anthology, we will be partnering with persons who are interested in, publishing their books with voice masters. So we will be doing ontology. So voice masters is the place to be. But Shirley, what advice would you give to someone just starting their journey in public speaking, and how can voice masters be a part of that journey?
I would say for anyone just starting out, my advice is simple. Embrace your story and take that first step. Public speaking, it is not just about perfection. It's about connection. Your unique experiences and perspective, they have the power to inspire others in ways you may not even realize or imagine. So at Voice Masters, we understand how intimidating it can be to just begin, which is why we offer supportive environment for growth at every stage.
Right.
So through our community, you'll gain access to membership, as we've spoken of, resources, as well as hands-on training designed to build your confidence and refine your craft. So whether you're giving your first speech or preparing for a global audience, Voice Masters is here to guide you, because we believe that your voice matters and deserves to be heard.
Awesome. Diana, any thoughts? Any final thoughts to share?
This is one opportunity that I searched for many years. And you who are seeing this right now, you are blessed. You're fortunate to find women with such knowledge that you should take the opportunity. Do not hesitate. Become a new version of yourself if you want to be in the speaking and the publishing authorship arena for 2025. Jump on the bandwagon now. The time is now.
Awesome. And over to you, Andrea.
Okay, so the producers told us we have a few more minutes. So if there's anything else that you ladies can think of that you believe that the audience should know before they leave here this evening, before we get off the screen this evening, please use the opportunity now to be able to express it.
Right. Do remember to join us on our Facebook page at Voice. It's a public page, so we will have a public page, and of course we do have the private page. The private page is for the executive members, right? So please join and like our Facebook page. Join us. We will have a host of information there. Voice Masters. Also, please visit our website. Our website is voicemasters.biz. Do remember, if you are petrified is a strong word, and I use it purposely. If you are petrified of speaking, Voice Masters is a place to be. We will help you to jump over that hurdle. Not going to happen in one day. It will take consistency, it will take dedication, and of course it will take a little bit of commitment, right? So but we are here to help you, because guess what, we are not just sharing what we've heard, we are sharing because we have been through it, we have been over it, and now we want to take you along with us. So Voice Masters is where you want to be. It's the company that is designed for you. And we want you to, be the best version of yourself. We want you to be able to speak eloquently without fear. And listen, let me tell you, if you are engaging persons, individuals, group, and you make a mistake, we do that too. We're not perfect, but guess what? You would never know it's a mistake because we all know how to turn our mistake into a story. So right there and then, you have to learn how to be flexible. You cannot be scripted. You have to be able to own your story, know your story in order to deliver it. And I don't want to be the only one speaking because I'm so excited. I need you on. I want, Shirley to come in, Diana to come in and tell them why Master is the place to be. Because listen, you see this, it's a group of 4 ladies who were brought together. We have our story that we will share with you, how we were brought together for this journey. It's not a destination, it's a journey. And we don't want a journey alone. We want to take you on that journey. We need some company. Yes, Diana.
Yes, I agree with you because I was looking for this group a long time. And now that I have found you all, it's like gospel. I'm telling everyone, please come with us. It's not a destination again, Charlene. It's a journey. We can stop at the roadside to pick some flowers, look at the ocean, but we're going to continue. This is an opportunity. Voice Masters is for real. And it's there to bring your message, your story to the world.
It's here to help you to master your voices. We can't master your voices for you. We are here to teach you how to master your voices. And because we are the tutor, we are the voice masters, you are the learner, we are teaching you how to master your voices. And note, the voices we're talking about could be the spoken words or the written words, or even the verbalized words, right? So we are teaching you how to master your voices. Wouldn't you want to learn how to master your voices? Join us at Voice Masters. Yes, Shirley, I see you're back.
Yes, join us at Voice Masters. Trust us with your journey.
Exactly. Andrea.
Well, what I have to say, anybody that's listening in, we have had the opportunity, the privilege of being trained by what the world considered one of the world's greatest motivational speakers, Les Brown himself. Some of us have had exposure with Toastmasters. Then all of us, we're very much so active speakers, both virtually, on stage. And we have been training people individually. We all have the experience. A lot of you out there, some of you, you do have a message. You're not too sure how you want to craft that message. You have the idea, but you're not sure how to execute it. You have that book in mind, you don't know where to start. Or you have a story to tell and you can be part of an anthology. Whatever it is, whatever is stopping you, do not hesitate any further. Because once you come here, you join our growing community, believe you me, there will be support. Support in ways that you might not even be able to see because you're not having the bird's eye view like we are. I just encourage you, do not hesitate. Join us and master your voice.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome.
Don't miss an awesome opportunity. An opportunity to be in the room with people who will treat your journey as if it was their journey. We take personal accountability to make sure that each and every person that signs up for Voice Masters has the support that they need. And we will be with you every step of the way, as we've spoken of several times today. So we truly want to understand the significance and the impact that we can have on your stories and your desire to be the next author, to be the next best-selling author. You have the women here, and we've come together to form this community because we saw the need. Yes. So now it's up to you to take that opportunity, because we're here to guide you every step of the way. And so join Voice Masters if you truly want to live your best life, your dreams, the things that you've been thinking about. Don't wait, don't hesitate. You have the people here that can truly help you.
And we have the right network as well. We spoke about, being there for you, ensuring that you're a part of the group, ensuring that we have your best interests at heart. One of the things that we will be doing too, because of our strong network, we will also provide you that platform where your voice can be heard. So if you train with us, your first speaking engagement, we can get you there, and then you channel, what you've learned there after. Your first publication of your book, we can get you there, and then you channel after. So we're not just going to train you and leave you. We have different programs where you have access to. After you're trained, then you have access to a mentorship program, and our mentors will not be, these people will be affluent people who can provide you with that kind of opportunity where you can grow. So we will have that as well. So if you are, out there and you are wondering where to go to be trained to be that speaker, you have it in you, but you just want someone to help you with some training. You need someone to support you. Well, hey, today is your opportunity to join with us, because listen, we came together for this cause, and not just because of us, but because we know where we were, right? We know that this world needs it. We do need to be motivated. We do need to be inspired. We do need to share our story so that it will help someone else, right? We believe in mental health, and too many of our people are falling by the wayside because mentally they're just not there. So if you were thinking, wondering, pondering where to go to be trained properly, to be supported, to be guided, wonder no more, ponder no more, think no more, here is your opportunity to join us at Voice Masters. Again, join us on our Facebook at Voice Masters. Visit our webpage at voicemasters.biz and become a member and access our course. And of course, you will be, on your journey toward success. And Diana?
Yeah, I was just saying that we are rare. We're like a gem. We're like a gold, a diamond. We're like gold, we're like silver. Because as I said before, I am here in Florida, and I have searched for years looking for a group. There's so many books scripts that I've written. Couldn't find anyone. Couldn't find anyone who was supportive. Because we will come to your town. We're always going to be having a conference in a city close to you. That's our aim. So wherever you are, even if it's international, the Caribbean, our intention, Africa, our intention is to go there close by, come into a city near to you. And I'm so happy to be a part of this team. And I'm looking forward to sharing my knowledge, and so are the other ladies with you, because I searched wide. I spent a lot of money, and never could I find a group like us. I know what I've been through, and I would not like you to be in a
place where you're confused, in a place where you don't have
all about the
idea.
group.
Exactly.
And where you get a piece of the puzzle, but you're having to search for the other pieces. We have all the pieces.
None is missing.
We help you to fit the puzzle together. Right?
Yes.
So where there is confusion, we help you to, to become aware. We fit the pieces together so that you and we can share our numbers. Diana, you want to share the number for Voice Master?
Yes, it's a Florida number, 954-744-9599. Again, at 954-744-9599. That's the number for Voice Masters. Call us anytime.
Awesome.
Oh, yes. Now, I just want to remind any coach, anybody who wants to write a book, anybody who wants to speak, get their story out there, whether you could be a content creator, we can help you get your voice out there. If you are a brand, we can help you get your voice out there, because you got to remember, people have the way people consume and they buy it has shifted. People buy from people that they like. So we can help you to craft your story. If you are a business owner, we can help you. If you're a coach, many coaches, they have that passion and that purpose, but they don't know how to tell their story. We can help you identify your audience, not just identify the audience, but to refine your story to hone in on that audience. There are many people who have so much poems in them, stories that need to be written. We can help you. Even if you have a magazine, we can help you with your creative writing. Because at the end of the day, whether you're speaking or you're writing, everything forms back to some of the core basic principles.
Exactly. And persons might be asking, well, you all sound good and this sound like the place I want to be. This must be $1 million in cost. Listen, we have subscription plan as low as 250 US dollars. No, not per month, per year. As low as $250 per year. We have subscription plans starting from there. So we have prepared this product for you with you in mind. Come along and let us help you on your journey. You will not ever regret it.
Oh yes, remember voicemaster.biz.
And the phone number again, Diana?
954-744-9599.
Exactly. And what for you, Shirley? What do you want to that you want to share?
I would take that first step. Take that first step. Sign up for Voice Masters and let us help you take the second step and the third step and the fourth step. We are here for you. Sign up for Voice Masters. Let's start working together.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So with that said, I think it would be a great opportunity now for us to tie up, because I'm sure that the audience would have had full idea of what is it that we have to offer. And I know that our lines will be ringing off the hook. My last word I would say to anyone, do not miss this opportunity. Remember, if you need something, you have to associate yourself with that. You want to become a better speaker, associate yourself with speakers.
That's true.
And I want to add, I want to add something as well, Andrea. Team, Voice Masters, right? Let us just say Voice Masters. I want to add something for persons who are interested in, engaging our service as speakers. We don't necessarily have to speak, together. We represent each other. If it is that you're requesting our service as a holistic team and you want to hear from each of us at your function, we can do that. But if you want Voice Masters to be there, each of us, we are so skilled, we are so experienced, we represent each other. So if you want Voice Master to be there, but not necessarily all 4 ladies to be speaking at your function, we can decide who will go. So in essence, we can be in Dubai on the same day we're in the United States, on the same day we're in the Caribbean, depending on your need. So we don't necessarily have to be speaking together on the stage. That is powerful to have all 4 of us on the stage. That would be powerful. That would be like lifting your roof. Yes. But then if you don't want that, but you want Voice Masters, any one of us can represent the company. So it depends on what you want. If you want to fill the space with 1 million people, of course, you need all 4 of us. If you want to fill the space with 1 million people, of course, one of us can do that as well. If it depends on your need. Remember, Voice Masters, and I want to share with you too, the voice is an acronym. So the meaning voice is visionary orators inspiring changes everywhere. So voice masters, your voice, your power, your potential. That is what we train you for. So we are the visionary orators, and we are inspiring changes everywhere. We know that it's your voice, and your voice should be your power. And we want you to realize that your voice, which is your power, is also your potential.
And also, your voice matters.
Awesome, awesome. So I believe that we have told you all that you need to know. It's your time now to dial in, whether it is that you're going to call us, whether it is that you're going to email us.
Email us.
Naturally, of course, I know you're going to be on our Facebook page and also on our website. And of course, we are available immediately. If you have a function and you need voice masters to be there as the speaker, reach out to us. We can come together as 4, or we can come as 1 or 2 representing the company. Remember, if you want us 4, it means therefore you have to be prepared for fire in that house, because we are serious about what we do. But if you need our service, just reach out to us and we are available immediately.
Yes, we'll respond right away.
Yes. Well, thank you, ladies, so much. I am now switching back to moderator. Oh, thank you all so much for just being here on the Black Business Network. Thank you so much for pouring in. Thank you for showing up, and just go out there and continue to be great. Awesome. And as they say, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for December 2024. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, 5-Star BDM Media, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, The Hello, LLC, Earth Essentials, Milan Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studio, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, you know. A lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. You know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bulk. You gotta understand, I was a kid, you know. Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention? And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white. And my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writings. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you're about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunately for many artists, they have what I would say some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Links Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received, and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Federal Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black men owned it, the Regal Theater, black men owned it, the Barber Shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think, and then sell, and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so, with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, you're an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas and you will figure it out. And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract, I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink painting. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, you got an art scholarship, you ought to know how to paint. And this was a heartbreaker for me, because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, I was never raised to say to people, I can't help you, I'm not going to help you, you got something, so go do what you do. And so this was a daunting task for me, because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds, I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, you know, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got in my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you know, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces. I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousin saying, when you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my moms always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4:00 when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing the slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11 o'clock, 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to begin to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. And Mr. Carlisle, I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces. And that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romare Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you trying to draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room. And on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it. Mr. Kennedy said it. And I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in art canon. Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people, that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. The colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now, I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. And they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a black artist. And one of the reasons that I've moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing. I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as an black man artist, even though I'm a black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer, and he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum. After we went to look at museums to see what they were about, you have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, or Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about the Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work. And Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Gordon Parks photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. There's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I thought tonight this was a piece. I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this is how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I wanted to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, ideas, and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African Mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
Square Angles, Sculptures and Paintings, presented by Eric Kelly III. These are new creations me as an artist. These are creations for art many years of my practice. Creating these pieces of art that are attached to squares, circles, images, lines, and forms. The triangle, very, very instrumental in this piece. Let me introduce myself. I'm Eric Kelly III, and these are paintings and designs for the next 20 years that I've created. It is an attempt to change the world, to create new pieces for people to experience. These lines, shapes, forms, color, with value, and space are creations that I have created. The use of color to change how you feel about who you are, what you are, and why you're here. These paintings are the paintings to be sold. They are the Kellys. These are Eric Kelly III's designs. And as you look at these designs, I want you to understand these are concepts of the art that is created in my mind to be displayed all over the world. Floor paintings, geometrical shapes, walls are all a part of the idea for my art. The fashion portion of the designs that I've created. And these designs are created in different collections. The Pyramid Sound Collection, the Humulus Collection. The Pyramid Sound Collection is a collection of layouts and designs that are utilized in fashion. The Humulus or the Square Angles are a creation of floor paintings and, of course, the interior design or the merchandise, the fashion, the interior design. The Humulus pieces are, and the Pyramid Sound pieces are a part of the fashion from the paintings that I've created. The paintings that I've created are paintings to utilize on merchandise. There are elements and objects that can create a sense of feelings. The square circles, the triangles, the square angles. The elements of art as we look at interior design, these are all a part of the creations that I've created. This is a portfolio of designs and how they can be used to move people, how they can be used for hats and caps and shirts, how they can be used as objects in parades, floating objects. The Humulus collection of the Square Angles collection is a design that's created for you to think about how you exist. When you begin to think about painting cars, this is a combination of the Square Angles piece. My creations of the monuments, the totem poles, the larger-than-life objects that look at you as you look at them. The Square Angle collection is a collection of over 300 pieces that I've created. The Experience collection is another collection of art that I've created. These are paintings to be painted. The Sixth Sense sound are a collection. And then, of course, the shapes, lines, and color as I call it, the Color of Color collection. All of these are paintings. And of course, as I said before, the Pyramid Sound collection, a collection of lines and colors and angles and movements. The colors are designed to create this image. The Typhoon. The Typhoon collection is a collection of pieces that symbolizes the very intenseness of a typhoon. Then the Hurricane, which is more of a broader, a wider space in time. The Hurricane collection floor paintings. These floor paintings are paintings that you are able to look down on as they look up. The Colorblind collection, a collection of different colors that give you different sights. My vision of this art is to show shapes, to show colors, to show the elements of art, to show forms, depth, weight, patterns, to show how these colors affixed to these objects change how you see these objects, how you can see negative space, you can see positive space, you can see the elements of the objects. The geometrical shapes, the colorblind segment, as you can see the different grays, the different reds, the different blacks. And then the explosion of the vivid colors. The explosion of vivid colors to show you a different element. The paintings in the background are the actual paintings that are created. The pyramids are a part of the paintings that are affixed to the pyramids to make the pyramids move. These are the concepts of my art. These are the art pieces for the next 20 years. These are the pieces that I want to share with the world. The floor paintings that match the pyramid paintings that match the paintings on the walls. The elements that I have created through the pieces in the Eric Kelly III collection. When you begin to talk about color and emotion and space and depth and patterns and forms, these are the creations of art that I have created for the vision of these paintings. When I think about this show and think about the elements in this show, I think about the value and the depth. I think about the space and the time, the form and the dimensions. I think about the triangle. I think about the rectangle. I think about the square. I think about the lines and how all of this comes together to create the elements of my art. The sculpture pieces, the pieces that float in the air, the pieces that make you see these pieces that I have created digitally to be able to see how they would look, not as a concept, but as an actual piece of an art. That's what this is all about. Form, value, elements, lines, shapes, patterns, and weight. Color, light, and frequency. The paintings on the wall are part of the Eric Kelly III collection. The sculptures are the prototypes of what we would like to see as a part of the show. I want you to understand that the elements of this, or the pieces in this show, are the prototypes of what I, as an artist, may never get an opportunity to create. But this gives you an opportunity to see the creations in my mind of art that I'd like to see predicted in the next century. So as you look at the value, the depth of field, the texture, as you look at the fashion, as you look at the form, to understand that the pieces are here to dominate the space. The lines element, the shape element, the form element, the color element are here for you to experience emotions in color. These colors are not just colors to stand, but colors for you to experience emotion. The emotions of color. When you think about this collection, I want you to think about how this collection and why this collection exists in my mind. It exists in my mind as a testament of what I believe color can do for all of us. Color can give us all freedom of space and time. Color can give us freedom of life. These pieces represent the forms of life. As you can see, these colors create a three-dimensional form of geometrical shapes that give you value, depth, and gives you form and patterns. That's what the Color of Color collection is all about. I want you to understand that these are pieces that I want to create. These are pieces that I want to create for galleries, for museums, for spaces, for the life of color. The geometric shape, the paintings that match the colors and space. Pyramid Sound collection, the Humulus collection, the Square Angles collection, the Floatables for Parade collection. This document is to show what my color vision looks like. I want to take you on a journey through color, a journey through the elements of art, lines, shapes, form, color, value and texture, space, the 7 elements of color. This is a show about space and time. A show about giving you an option, moving you into a new world of transformation, bringing you into different shapes, different forms, yes, and texture. As we travel down this road of color, I want you to think about, what does color do to you? How does color meld you into a space of peace? Yes, indeed, this is a journey of art, soul, and color. The designs that you're going to see in this art show is designs of the art of elements. Lights, shadows, squares, triangles, shapes, 3-dimensional shapes, along with floor paintings. Yes, this is a fashion of color. How color intermingles with clothes. How color can bring out the happiness, the joy, and of course, how color can change your mind. These are different collections of the Eric Kelly III Museum. Pyramid sounds, Pyramids, or as we call it, square angles. The cone, the pyramid, the prism, the octagon, the triangle, the buckyball. This is a show of square angles, of fashion, of what color does when it touches objects, the depth, the weight, the form. How color changes how you look at shoes. How color changes how you see what you see. The value, the depth, the space that color creates when it touches an object. Interior design color, the floors, color collection of clothes, merchandise, as we look at the colors of the collections that touch objects, fashion. Inflatable colors from the collection. Inflatable colors for you to witness. And of course, 3D objects that move down the river. And then the color of cars, how you see those colors on those cars. And then the grand monuments of color. As we begin to look at the sculptures created by Eric Kelly III. The color wheel of the color emotions of paintings, the spheres of color, the emotional gravitational pull of the seven senses, the seven sixths that we believe in and feel as we look at color. And then the collections of squares, lines, circles, pyramid sounds. The colors blast the sounds and changes your emotion. Pyramid sounds, collection, floor art, typhoon of colors, these spheres, two-dimensional. And then, of course, the hurricane collection, a collection of colors that demand weight, demand form, demand attention. Lines, squares, shapes, and colors and objects are part of the colorblind collection. Let's move into this journey of paintings, squares, and triangles inside of the color elements of art. The pyramid, the square, the triangle, and the star. These are colors that resonate with how I feel about color. And these objects intertwined with the color are to give you an emotional feeling. And the emotional feelings that I'm presenting to you are feelings of the different colors to incite a variety of emotions. The patterns, the texture, the space relationship with the lines and the colors are important as we begin to share with you this art show. The art elements in this show represents 7 elements. And those elements are lines, shapes, geometrical shapes, form, both 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional, as you see the paintings in the backgrounds matching the colors on the pyramids. The pyramids are a part of the pyramid sound collection. The value, the depth. As I invite you to come and enjoy the objects created for this show. And as you stand back and watch the color, I want you to experience the emotion. There is no color without shape. There is no shape without form. There is no form without a circle. The colors resonate and bring forth my internal feelings about my art. As you're looking at the monuments, which are encased in glass, to give you the feeling of floating spheres. The pyramid, while not the Great Pyramid, but a pyramid that gives you pattern and forms and depth and weight of color. The color of the cube. When you look at the paintings, you're going to see the collection. And the collections are superimposed on the objects. When we talk about the elements of art, form, 3D dimension, these objects are objects of color. I want you to travel down my mindset as I created these options. As you look at the color, you can see how color is reflective to give the audience a feel of intimidation. The intimidation is readily shown in the size and the scope and the texture and the width of the pieces. So as we go through this journey of colors by Eric Kelly III, I want you to enjoy the shapes. And these shapes are geometrical. These shapes bring great depth of feel. But more importantly, these colors brings you emotion. The emotion of these colors stand alone, as each color palette represents one of the paintings. And as you see the floating pieces, you'll notice that the floating pieces have a distinctive glass mirror that brings everything together. These art pieces are to be enjoyed, but more importantly, to be felt. The Pyramid Sound Collection, the space relation pieces, are pieces that gives you the idea of how space and time can be frozen in a way that gives you value. These geometrical shapes are created for the audience to feel a sense of belonging, a sense of feeling, a sense of wonder, a sense of understanding. As some of the objects are floating in the air, they're there because they are for the audience to feel them. And then these monuments with geometrical shapes are a testament to how I feel about objects that flow. The paintings are paintings in the different collections by Eric Kelly III. Not to mention the floatables or the balloons with the signature square angles, with the signature circles, triangles, with the signature lights, with the signature of texture, the immersiveness of color. In open space, these monuments represent power. The Eric Kelly III Museum has created these objects for you to see as we look to the future. Squares, fashion squares. Who are you in color? As you can see, the depth and the weight and the pattern and the form of color. These are sculptured items with floor paintings to match. The images are images that are images for you to look at you as the object in the middle. The top represents your ceiling. The bottom represents your feeling. This sculpture item is dedicated to the Typhoon collection. This sculptured item is dedicated to the Square Angle collection. This sculpture item is dedicated to the lines, colors, and objects. And when you begin to look at Humulus, or the Square Angles piece, you can understand that the Square Angles piece divides color. Each one of these are paintings that have been transfixed onto these sculptured items. As you see the box and you see the top, as you see the middle, which represents you. What is your color? How do you feel about color? What does these colors make you think of as we're going through the collection? The line, shape, colors collection gives you the pyramid, the box, the rectangle. The Humulus, or the Square Angles piece, gives you a distinctive sculpture that floats. The colorblind collection. Yes, the colorblind collection is a collection that attacks your mind and your mind's eye. Many of the colors that you will see will be patterns and forms, circles and triangles, geometric shapes. These art pieces are to challenge your perception of color. The information that you're watching, the art that you're watching, is art created by Eric Kelly III in a way for you to view color differently. The colorblind collection. Colorblind collection is a collection of art that tackles that idea of, are we looking at color as a frequency, or are we looking at color as a light energy? In this art show, we're also going to attack fashion, interior design, and monuments. The color of color. What do you feel when you see the color? This exhibit is about how I see color. I want the color to represent peace, harmony. I want the depth and the weight and the form of the colors to make you feel that that color is the dominant force in the show. The Colorblind collection creates colors that make you see different things. The Pyramid Sound collection gets you to believe that the angles and the weight and the form and the dimension of the piece is the space relation of the piece. The elements of art, line, shape, form, color, value, texture, and space is why the art that you're looking at exists. The Experience collection. Now, as we're moving through the show, there are the monuments of color. And these monuments of color are to dwarf the people in the picture, the sheer size, the sheer scope, where they are placed and how people are able to enjoy the color monuments. The color monuments are creation of art in the mind of the dimensions and the shapes of color. Each color giving you a different emotion, a different feeling. And these colors represent places and spaces that the shapes occupy. A whole new feeling for architecture, a whole new space for art. In public places, the patterns. The patterns are emotional feelings. Each pattern has a distinct feeling that gives the audience, along with the depth and the geometrical shape and patterns that you see. These patterns are created to give off an emotional experience in color. The tallest squares in the world are these colors. Squares, as we begin to look at fashion, the colors of the designs, the shapes, the lines, the elements are transfixed onto the clothing, onto fashion. As we look at the colors that represents light, as the squares that represent each one of the collections that are used in creating colors and fashions for a new and exciting future. Each painting that's being held and each fashion that you see represents one of the collections. The Eric Kelly III collections for fashion is a fashion that keeps each element working together. Depth, weight, circles, spears, lights, shadows, colors. Experience this as an emotional experience, as you can see the colors of the paintings and the fashion. And when you begin to talk about the elements, the squares, the circles, the triangles that touch products and materials, how it makes those materials explode. The lights, the shallow, the value, the cone, the octagon, interior design, fashion. These are the colors as we look at merchandise, as we look at the splash of colors. The Eric Kelly III collection of colors. The Humulus collection, which shows the design, that shows the movement. As you can see, the colors are shown to you in a space where patterns and forms come together to create depth and weight. The value, the monuments, the sculptures, the wallpaper, the use of the design to create space and time. This is a show about color. It's a show about how we can view geometric colors, forms, and patterns. We can view color as paintings, as floor paintings, as squares. We can view colors that embrace all the elements of space and give a feeling of the forms. As we experience color, as we experience the collections, these are the colors, the browns, the dark, the lights. What does this color do to you? Then, of course, the vibrant, the bright colors, the blues, the reds, the whites. And then the secondary colors of greens, the colors that bring together a feeling, the colors that take a room to a different frequency, the colors that make a room explode from the ceiling to the floor. These colors have form, weight, value, and of course, texture. And the texture for the floor paintings, utilizing the different collections, the Pyramid Sound collection, the Typhoon collection, the lines, colors, and objects, or the color of color collection. Then, of course, as we look at fashion, painting colors on shoes, to give shoes a different flavor, a different taste of the Eric Kelly III color collection.
as form and shape, squares come together to create a very unique of colors on objects, on shoes, color on fashion. The collection is a collection of paintings that are put on shoes to give the shapes and the geometrical movements and the triangles and the depth of those colors. Each collection is transfixed on clothing. Each collection is utilized in fashion. As we look at each one of the collections, square angles, experience, and pyramid sounds, these collections are utilized to bring forth life in the collections of colors. Fashion and interior design, merchandise are a part of the color designs. And what would color be without color on cars? As you see the pyramid, what would color be if color on cars were color on fashion? The colors, the brilliant blues, the reds, the yellows, the color of color. And then, of course, the line and color. The line and color collection is a collection of lines that bring forth life. The value, the space, the fashion. What brings us together as a people are the colors. Each color represents emotions, give us a feeling. As we see the greens and the purples, how does those colors make you feel? And then when we explode to the colors of the yellows and the reds, what does that make you feel like? As we begin to move toward
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.